Oh, man, it's that time again. Where'd it go? Hit the button. Let's do this thing. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Hey there, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It's so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is July 25th, 2024. We're going to write a little bit of code today. How you doing there, chat room? How's it going? Let me check in my volume settings here. There we go. My goodness, I see folks already wandering in, talking about what happened earlier this week. We're going to get into that. Let me say hello to everybody first. Napalm Codes is here. Good morning to you. Omar's watching over there on YouTube. How you doing there, Omar? Hello, hello. C Sharp Titan, saw your messages this morning. Good evening to you in Australia. Napalm with the resub.
Napalm Codes just resubscribed for 26 months.
Thank you so much. 26 months with us, and I'll make another donation to a tech charity. I'm still working on that. I've been a little bit busy. We've got some things to talk about there. How you doing there? Eric with the resub as well. 14 months with us. Thank you so much for the support. DJ Deepex, hello. Good afternoon to you in Germany. Hope you're having a good afternoon. Milan 1, how you doing there? Luce Carter is here. Hello, hello. One of our speakers from Aspire Dev Day. C Sharp Titan with the sub.
C#_Titan.
Thank you so much. Bringing that Prime subscription. Thank you. As always, I make donations for our cheers and subs and advertisements. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I do have the advertisements scheduled to run, and I won't be doing anything consequential while they're running, but it helps make it easier for new folks to join us and watch the stream because it turns off the pre-roll ads. Give me 1 second here. Let me just take a look. Make sure that they're not running too crazy. Yeah, it's 2 minutes, about every half hour they run. So, and Twitch needs that in order to keep the lights on. What can I tell you? Let me catch up a little bit more here on chat. Come on, Twitch. I didn't actually need to open that page. So happy post-Aspire Dev Day. Yes, thank you so much for joining us, Luce. We had a lot of fun learning about MongoDB and what we could do with Atlas and Aspire. Really cool stuff. Heck Radar is here. Hello, I'm doing well. It was good to have... I took yesterday off. Actually, I've taken the rest of the week off. But I took yesterday off from Microsoft because I needed to decompress. Because when you run an 8-hour stream, it's not just 8 hours. So I was behind the scenes. We had a number of things that didn't quite go right near the beginning. Things we had to tune, things we had to fix. That we had a host step away for a little bit, and I had to jump in. And the mute volume wasn't set right when I jumped in because I have mute set several different places. Oh, got that fixed. Got things working. The content's going to be edited, and we're going to be sharing that next week. But it's not just the 8 hours because you get prepped and you set up and you're running for 2 hours ahead of time, doing all the checklists, making sure everything's all set up. And then for an hour afterwards, you're shutting everything down, cooling things down, making sure everything is settled right so that you can pick up and work with it the next day. So an 8-hour day actually ends up being more like an 11-hour day. So it was a lot. But very happy with it, very proud of how it went. Great to hear some of the feedback from some of our viewers out there talking about .NET Aspire. I'm going to dig into a little bit of that during this stream. PowerShell Freak is here. Hello.
PowerShell_Freak just resubscribed for 55 months.
55 months. Thank you so much. And I'll make another donation. Much appreciate. Napalm says, not sure I get the 1 month streak thing here. Yeah, I think there's something off out there right now. Dr. Cox, hello to you. Robert, there we go. Robert Kaiser. What are we doing today? So we're going to add a share button to aspirify.net today. So I'll talk more about that project in just a little bit. I'm going to continue catching up here. The Big Bad blog post service and the tutorial. Oh, cool. I have more content coming from that because I'm going to add I'm going to add some telemetry to it in the next episode. And then we're going to build a component in the episode after that. And I think we're going to pivot off of that after that. We'll see. We'll see how it comes together there. 8 hours plus post-production, video editing, uploads. Yeah, Eric, you're right. And we're going to be working on the post-production stuff. Visual Studio with Maddie in the beginning was hectic. Yes, absolutely. Oh my goodness.
218 just gifted 1 subs.
Thank you so much for the gift sub. We got a hype train going. We got our first hype train. It's been a while. It's been a month or two since we've had a hype train. Thank you so much for that. We're on a level 2 hype train. Much appreciate. So Glenn and Maddie were late getting to the studio. There were other things that came up. They were doing some things because Aspire 8.1 launched yesterday. They were late getting to the studio. We wanted them in the studio about an hour ahead of time, and they arrived about 15 minutes ahead of time. So all the stuff that we would have done in studio to pre-check and tech check and these things didn't happen until 15 minutes ahead of time, and it was a scramble because it just wasn't enough time. It just wasn't. And too much was going on first thing in the morning, and it impacted it. We have a re-record of the keynote that has all the tech fixed, that and better audio, all that stuff, that will be released as part of the playlist for yesterday's event. Nobody remembers tech issues. They remember the fantastic content. That's right, Luce. There you go. Hey, Manoj. Yeah, everything's going good. Mythin with the resub during the hype trade.
Just resubscribed for 34 months.
34
Great
months.
job at Aspire Day.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we're gonna talk a little bit about that. You saw the video 2 times, learned every time something new. That's great, DJ Deepex. That's awesome. Where is it? Right there. Much appreciate. Chris Jones is here. Hello, Chris. Anyone knows why you can't access your Aspire dashboard on Linux? DevCert's working. Turn it on to HTTP. Even with the DevCerts turn on, use the HTTP launch profile. So, Dr. Cox, when you run it, .NET run -LP space HTTP, and that will launch the dashboard in HTTP mode. There's also an environment variable that you can set, that I think you need to set, that will allow the dashboard to run in HTTP mode. And you'll be able to go. There's a couple of other environment variables that you can set as well that'll make it easier to start that up. I put them in my bash RC on my Linux machine so that I don't have to set them every time. And because I put them in there, now I forget what they are, but I have them out there. C# Titan says .NET Aspire Dev Day was great. Thank you so much. Let me see here. So there was can I show later how do I do the migration on Aspirify? You got your migration service working, but add a connection string in 2 places. So I can show you the migration that we have for Aspirify.net. Spoiler alert. There's folks on the .NET Aspire team who use the Aspirify.net source code as something to tinker with and learn from, because it's a real website out there working. So some of the things that we do in Aspirify.net have been directly influenced by the product team. So I can definitely show you that in the source code, and we can talk through that. You're hoping to get Brady to talk more about Kubernetes, Orleans, Aspire. So something that has frustrated folks who are trying to use Aspire is that the .NET Aspire team has been very much focused on some of the beginner types of questions first, and some of the beginner interactions. And quite frankly, it's because the intermediate to advanced topics around architecture are things that not as many people need right now. We're trying to get the on-ramp. We're trying to get more folks in and started in using it. So some of the intermediate things, and certainly advanced things, they're being delayed in responding to because there just isn't as much request for that type of interaction. So we can talk a little bit more about that. And I'm not an expert in Orleans, but I can tell you that he has a bunch of Orleans. Brady has a bunch of Orleans running with .NET Aspire, and it runs very nicely. So I can definitely reach out and talk to him further about that. Do I have any stream on using Fluent UI with Blazor? No, I do not. And we're on an ad. Ad's going to be starting here in about 3 minutes. There we go. Hype train's done. Oh my gosh! And with 2 more gift subs, thank you so much.
218 just gifted 2 subs.
Much appreciate the gift subs. Thank you. But I purposely don't use Fluent UI. There are so many user interface components out there. I didn't want to pick and kind of anchor myself to one as I'm building and developing things here on stream. So I don't build with Fluent UI. Is it Picky? Thank you so much for the follow. Let me get some music playing here in the background. I realize that it's kind of quiet here. There we go. This is called Better Best. This is Stream Beats. This is music that is DMCA free, royalty free. Use it wherever you'd like on the internet. Check it out at streambeats.com. Thank you so much to Harris Heller and his team of creators for creating this music we're listening to today. There's all kinds of genres out there. This is a synthwave playlist, so it's kind of groovy to have out there in the background. Yeah, that's good. All right. But I definitely hear that there's a need for Fluent UI content. I definitely hear that. And I think that's something that we can focus on and do something about. C# Titan asks, have I updated to Aspire 8.1? Yes, I have. Aspirify.net, I updated to Aspire 8.1. I haven't added anything that was Aspire 8.1 specific, but it's out there. It's running fine. You can see it in the footer of that website that it's running with .NET Aspire 8.1. Thindal, welcome in. Hello. Yeah, that DJ Deepak's pointing it out. Conflicting documentation. Okay. Congratulations, Peekaboos and Soylent Heston on the gift subscriptions. Earlier, Dr. Padawan got a gift subscription also. Thank you so much for that support. Do I work with David on .NET Aspire? David Fowler? Yes. Yes, I do. So, let me start with this. I put a question out there yesterday because something... we got a comment about this a lot during the event, and I'm just going to put it up on screen, and we'll just look at the question I put out on Twitter. It's right there. Folks say, I don't know what .NET Aspire is, or they say Aspire is just Docker Compose written in C#. And it's so much more than that. And I think a lot of the folks that are in this stream have been here before, and you've seen me talk about it. The ad's going to start in about a minute. You can check out this tweet. I'll drop that in chat so that you can see it. And there's a couple folks that answered this, but my hypothesis is this. .NET Aspire isn't a framework. It's not a language. It's not a library. It's not a tool. It's a collection of all of these things that help make your development experience better. And because it isn't something that you can put in a box and say, oh, it's something like this. Oh, it's something, that just like this other thing over here that it'll replace. You don't know what it is. We've got 2 minutes of ads running right now. So I'm going to take it easy on some of the content while the ads are running. It's interesting. The ad notification went away on the dashboard, and it's not showing me that there's an ad running. Like, that's weird. You know what I mean? So this is my hypothesis, and I think there's more to that. No ads for you? Oh, good. Well, okay, good, I guess. Yes, C# Titan says that heard that you can add a SQL Server component. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's been there actually since the start. How would you implement it? So our friend Jerry Nixon had a fantastic session during the .NET Aspire event, all about it. There you go. Now it's finally showing me the ad break is in progress. So there's a SQL Server component for .NET Aspire, just like the other database components like Postgres, MySQL. There's even an Oracle component out there. But if you want to run SQL Server, there's a hosting package. And just like in creating and adding Postgres, you just say add SQL Server and give it a name. This will spin up SQL Server inside of a container, and you can then interact with it at that point. Nice. So the ads are running now. I'll pause before going any deeper here for the next 30 seconds. So, yeah, I see some good question here. Picky. I hope I'm pronouncing it, or is it Pikey? Let me know. That's a great comment, and it's not entirely right. It's not entirely wrong. I'll talk a little bit more about that. There we go. Ads are done there. Hey, Psi Gamma. Hello. So let's answer a couple of these questions. These are good ones. So I'm going to finish talking about SQL Server here. So you can add SQL Server to your project, to your .NET Aspire system, with a hosting package. Go into App Host and add the Aspire Hosting SQL Server package, and you can add a Microsoft SQL Server database. This works on Windows, Mac, and Linux. It starts up a container that's running Microsoft SQL Server. So it works everywhere. Now, when you go to publish that, you can tell it to use Azure SQL. There's an Azure SQL hosting package that you can add into this that will generate the appropriate commands for deploying and using the hosted Azure service, because you probably don't want to use the container in production. Now, let me catch up with some of these other questions in chat. I'm going to pivot back to the chat room here. So, right. So, Picky here. Where is it? It's different colors for some reason. Up there. I understand that Aspire was like a code abstraction layer to build more easily native cloud applications. Yes, and more. It's not exactly an abstraction layer. It's actually a series of libraries and tools that wrap your existing projects. It's very easy to add to an existing project. And what it does is it takes those other things that your project or project system depends upon and helps to coordinate and orchestrate them. You would do that with Docker Compose or a kubectl file to go and define, here's all my resources that I want to load in Kubernetes, in Docker, and connect to all those things with a fixed location. And then you might set up some sort of logging system. You might set up Prometheus or Loki with Grafana so that you can analyze and read the logs of what's going on in there. And then you might set up some other tools to do service discovery so you can find those things with a fixed name inside of your application system. You might also set up some durability libraries and things so that it retries and does appropriate connection break mitigation tasks Aspire adds all of those things with no additional code to your project. For a .NET project with no additional code, you get all of that added in, and it just lights up, and you get this really cool dashboard that shows you how to coordinate and read and analyze all of that information. You absolutely can do that with microservices and Kubernetes, and like I mentioned, Loki and Grafana and Prometheus. You can do all of those things. You absolutely can. But it's a pain in the neck to set up. .NET Aspire has all of them configured, ready to go, out of the box. Just add it to your project. And if you're a .NET developer, there's a right-click gesture in Visual Studio. You don't have to write a line of code. Right-click, add Aspire orchestration, and it just works. Really, really good stuff. DJ Deepex asks, I don't know if it's internal, but how much are people working on at Microsoft on .NET Aspire? I can't give exact numbers, but I can tell you it's a good-sized team. It's a good-sized team because we think that .NET Aspire makes working with cloud-native solutions, working with artificial intelligence language models, allocating those services, managing those interactions, we think it levels up that experience for everybody and is going to help you improve the quality of your applications because you get, by default, great logging, great telemetry, and insights into how those things all work together. So we think this is a good investment of the .NET team's time. No, SQL Server works everywhere. C# Titan. Sounds like Twitch could use some observability in their tech stack. Maybe. Hey, Cygamma. Cygamma asks, in Azure, where do you host .NET Aspire systems? Do you host them in Azure Kubernetes Service? Somewhere else? You can host them in Azure Kubernetes Service, AKS. We've been using Azure Container Apps, ACA. There's tools to automatically deploy to ACA. Our friend Brady Gaster showed how to deploy to AKS during the .NET Aspire Day using the Kubernetes toolset called Asper 8. Hey, Blazor Mr. Magoo says, if it has a name, some people expect a library or framework, not a set of tools. But see, that's just it, Blazor Mr. Magoo. It's not just a set of tools, right? There's libraries, tools, and frameworks that go with that, right? And a dashboard. So all of these things, and we struggle with this, I think, with .NET also. .NET isn't a language. .NET isn't a framework. .NET isn't a tool. It's all of those things. It's a complete ecosystem packaged, ready to go, with all the things for you to be productive. Like, there's things that folks are putting together by hand in other ecosystems that there just isn't equivalent to want to do that because it comes out of the box in a .NET ecosystem. And, like, you can certainly go create by hand. You want to create your own editor? Sure. You want to create your own libraries to do open telemetry collection and delivery? Sure, you can do that. You want to write your own components? Sure, you can do that. Like, those things are available out there, and there's sensible defaults that are available as well. Well, is there a pattern using Aspire for local development to spin up and connect all your required services, but then just deploy separate parts without the Aspire base? And how do you deal with connection strings and remote addresses? Thindall, let's come back to that when I get into Aspirify, because I can show you. You don't need to use the .NET Aspire deployment tools. You can use your own scripts and continue to deploy the same way. .NET Aspire just gives you a set of sensible standards for names of your connection strings and whatnot. You can bring in just the telemetry parts you want, just the service discovery parts that you want, and use those things without having to deploy. See, there really isn't a base. So you can pick and choose which of those NuGet packages you want to add. Yeah, thank you, DJ Deepex. I did see that. Yep. Turning SQL into an options DB config connection string, for example. Why? Why, Thindall? It's a connection string with a name that you specify being injected. You don't need options. The connection string is there, and it's in the connection strings collection. Just say configuration get connection string, and you've got it. Right? Let me pin that. Right? Get connection string with Aspire. I will come back to that and talk about that. One thing that Eric likes about .NET Aspire is the openness of all the folks who are creating this set of tools. Gets logged into being considered for upcoming releases. The team has been very open about the issue list and what they're building and what they're planning. Very, very open. They're planning an 8.2 release, and they're planning a 9 release that will come out in November during .NET Conf. The dates, yeah, High Tech Redneck. I've seen that also. Mythin asks, Aspirate wasn't designed by Microsoft, was it? No, it was not. No. It also wasn't named by Microsoft. So. Aspire, flexible, adaptable plugins. Yes, very much so. Yes, yes. Very, very much so. So I was talking through that tweet yesterday. And there's a couple of really good answers here. People may not be considering our friend Fierce Kittens here. You know Fierce Kittens. Aspire gives you easier workflow from spinning up several services versus hitting the run button. Yeah. .NET Aspire means there's a single entry point and it starts up your entire application. A lot less friction for new cloud devs to get started. The ability, the F5 ability, right? In other ecosystems, they talk about the time to get started, right? The time between when you clone that repository to you can have a running copy locally. High Tech Redneck with a resub.
High Tech Redneck just resubscribed for 7 months. There we go.
There we go. So the time to having a fully running copy of the system on your machine goes to 0 because .NET Aspire has all the dependencies configured and running locally. It's really great stuff. I follow a lot of people who talk about it, and I still don't know what it is, and this is where I wrote my little hypothesis here, that because it isn't, and I've already talked about that, I'm not going to go through it again. Jessica writes, I would love to see service discovery better documented. This I struggle with. Folks say, I'd like to know a little bit more about it. Well, what do you want to know? Documentation on using it for non-Aspire configurations. Okay. I think that's fair. That's fair to discuss and dig further into. Brett writes, even if you use nothing else from Aspire, dashboard is open telemetry. The dashboard you can download and run without .NET Aspire. So that's pretty cool. There's DJ Deepex. Yep. Love this response. But you're also kind of, you're describing it like Zombocom here. Scott built an Aspire app that doesn't use any containers. Very cool. It will use containers for some of the services you reference that you run locally, but it's possible to do it without those. I think they're great tools. However, they're mostly for .NET shops without DevOps teams. Disagree? Because of the value it gives you in your local installation. The value that it gives you to have all those things locally spin up and have it configured and running locally. Like, that's a pretty cool thing to be able to have there. So, I think they're missing the boat slightly there. C# Titan says they heard from someone in another team of the company you left. They've gone back to using .NET and Blazor. They found it was costing way too much to hire Java devs and blew the budget. Yep. Congratulations to you on your new gig. DJ Deepak says a friend uses Aspire Local on one server and 5 client machines to organize and coordinate Blender render projects. Nice. I'm going to go back over to chat because I see a couple good messages here. Atharva here over on YouTube says, how would you implement a complex reusable Blazor component that includes child components, data binding, and event handling? Provide an example and explain the communication between parent and child. That sounds like a homework assignment. That reads like a homework assignment. And I don't do homework assignments for folks here. How would I organize it? I'll answer that with, I would set up a Razor class library and I would move things over there so that it can be referenced and used on both Blazor server, Blazor WebAssembly, and inside of other ASP.NET projects. You're going to want to look at cascading parameters. You're going to want to look at child elements inside of your Blazor component. Like, you literally dumped what looks like an exam question into my chat, and I'm not going to do your homework. That's not what we do here. Okay. I do have the Blazor Web Forms components inside my GitHub repository that do some of those things. You're welcome to look there, analyze, and learn from that source code. But sorry, I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to answer something that looks like an exam question. There's a neat video of raw coding about it. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Napalm's using the dashboard for local stuff, non-Aspire. Saves so much time setting up Grafana, Prometheus, and Napalm. That's something that I need to do with TagZap. Is all the work that we did to put Prometheus and Loki and Grafana into TagZap. We need to twist that, get that running with .NET Aspire. That's right. Thank you. Great. That's a great response, M. Bradley. If it were answered for you, you wouldn't learn anything. Like, I can point you in the directions for your solution, and I know the solution, but I'm not going to answer exam questions. I might still want Grafana for the leaderboard stuff. You're right. We don't get that in the Aspire dashboard. You're right. I think that's a production thing. So definitely the things that we have that were built for those dashboards will work very nicely when we get to production. You're not wrong. Yeah. Running locally, if we get them to flow into the .NET Aspire workflow, then it'll be a little bit easier for us to set it up to output over to Prometheus for collection at that point. Where was right here? Picky. It says .NET Aspire is just infrastructure oriented, or is there another use case? It helps to configure the infrastructure for your application system. Because when we think about a web application, you want logging. Well, .NET Aspire encourages you and pushes you in the right direction here so that you get OpenTelemetry and so that you're using OpenTelemetry for your logging and tracing. Makes it real easy to add default logging and metrics going out to all the places in production space where you're going to want to see that information. Otherwise, you're going to be like three blind mice trying to manage your application without rich logging and being able to dive in and manage and measure what's going on in your application. So .NET Aspire gives you a reasonable, sensible, and opinionated export using OpenTelemetry. Whether you send it to Azure Monitor, or SolarWinds, or Datadog, or New Relic, you can wire up to all those things when you get into production space. But the important thing is, by default, the loggers that you're using in .NET automatically get exported to an OpenTelemetry endpoint. You can configure that later. So, right, that's just first part. So, and there's so much more, and we'll definitely see more of that as we're building and working here on the Aspirify Net website. Hey, Big Hat. Is it Big Hat? Did I pronounce that right? Right here. How you doing there? Welcome. Do I have some tips on how to start with Blazor and .NET? I'm familiar with PowerShell and Power Platform and would like to do the adult stuff now. Don't call it adult stuff now, but that more customized website development. There's a workshop on my YouTube channel that shows how to build. It's called the Blazing Pizza demo. You can also find it in my GitHub repository. Take a look at that. That's a great walkthrough to show you how to get started with Blazor. There's also a series of videos that we've posted on the .NET YouTube channel that talk you through getting started with Blazor. You can check that out as well. And of course, I build with Blazor here on this stream, and I have the AMA tag turned on Twitch. Those of you watching on YouTube, you know you can ask questions at any time as I'm building things. I tend to be very expressive in describing what I'm building and the decisions I make in building those things. You can ask questions at any time as we're going through and building things so that you can learn along the way. So, I hope that helps, Big Hat. Is there a way to extend the dashboard, asks DJ Deepex, maybe add a new button? That has been requested, and it's a lower priority item here because there's other features they want to get running in the dashboard first, but extending the dashboard is absolutely on the agenda at some point. Screech Rat with the resub.
Where does the time go?
We're on a break here, so I'm going to slow down just a little bit while we're on a 2-minute ad break. You had to clean up your Discord server lists, so now you can join again. Hey, good to see you. Thank you so much. C# Titan asking, have I incorporated the Clam antivirus into Aspirify? Not yet. I have it queued up to do. I have it ready to go for. I have it ready to go also for MyTag, which is a project that I'm working on the side here. It won't be built on stream, but I have Clam antivirus ready to go with MyTag. Aspirify will get Clam antivirus in a little bit when we start allowing more folks to log in and upload content. It's absolutely going to be in there, but it's not there yet. There's some other things we need to fix in Aspirify first. There's a thing where it loses thumbnails. Thumbnail gets generated and then it can't find the blob with the thumbnail in it. 10 seconds left in the ads, and then we'll come back and go a little bit further into some of the discussion here. And we're back. Thank you so much. So the question was about integrating Clam antivirus into Aspirify. I haven't done that just yet, but it will be there in a future release as we start to allow folks to log in. Eric says, I created a Blazor dashboard app depending on when data loads up. After a button click, instigate state is changed. Once the data comes in from a backend service calls, is there any advice on how to make it more elegant? When you're binding data to your dashboard, and I can show this in Aspirify because I published a YouTube video yesterday where I showed how I built a dashboard for Aspirify.net using the Telerik graph components and how that all comes together. It's going to be about the data binding, how you data bind and present those charts. In the case of the Telerik components, I'm data binding the data set. So when the data set changes, they repaint automatically. And we'll see that in a little bit here. I'm going to add that to my list of things to talk about, including Thindal's comment about the connection strings. So, dashboard, chart, data binding. I will talk about that in just a second. Yeah, the Blazor tutorial. There you go. Thank you so much, Fries Diskin. Yes. You're welcome, Big Hat, and please, yeah, ask me anything. Happy to answer your questions. Ask me anything except your interview questions. I don't mind answering interview questions. I mind answering exam questions. Like, if you're doing homework, I can get you pointed in the right direction. Happy to do that. Happy to answer questions about your homework. But I'm not going to do your homework. You know? Like, that's why I don't do the month of code in December. Let other folks do that. There's some interesting things in there for folks to learn. I don't want to give you the solution to that. That's like if I solved Wordle here on stream. I did that a couple times, but, like, I don't want to give it away. You don't learn anything. Napalms asks, if I were to write an initial setup post for Aspire Orleans, would I be cool to share it? Yeah, absolutely. Any content that teaches how to use Aspire, that talks about using Aspire, goes on Aspirify.net. Absolutely. Picky with a question here. What will be the kind of interview questions to join the .NET Aspire team? There would be questions around, so there's several different parts of the .NET Aspire team. There's the team that's building host components. There's a team that's helping build client components. There's a team that's working on the dashboard. There's a team that's working on the tools that plug into Visual Studio. There's a team that's working on the tools to deploy. Depending where you'd want to go would determine what types of questions you get. So the teams that are building features for how to deploy to Azure would be asked all kinds of questions about building and deployment scripts and continuous integration tasks to enable that type of ecosystem. To set up and think about Visual Studio and how that tooling works, there's a different set of questions that you'd run into. So, right, there's some very interesting topics there. And when you think about, when folks say the .NET Aspire team, they don't realize that there's actually about 6 or 7 sub-teams that all contribute to that larger product. And think about it. .NET Aspire is just one product in the larger .NET tool set, framework, that the folks at Microsoft are building. We haven't even talked about the folks who work on C# or F# or Visual Basic, right? Like, there's a whole group of folks out there that are building those things. So, some interview questions can be like exam questions. They can. They can. So, yes, Visual Basic is still a thing, Polka. Yep, it is. And that's okay, right? There are folks that like having a language that doesn't change much, that is easy to read, and fits into their ecosystem nicely. Like, nothing wrong with that. Go ahead. And we'll support that. But there's other places where, you know what? C# and F# are where it's going to be. David, hello on YouTube. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Hope you're having a fantastic day there. So let's talk a little bit about Aspirify.net. Aspire 8.1 was released. I'll head over to the Aspirify website. It's right over here. There we go. I built this website. I built a good chunk of it here on stream. You can check this out. It is your place to learn about all things .NET Aspire. There's the link in chat. It should pop over there for you. There it is, over on YouTube as well. So if you want to learn about .NET Aspire, I feel like there's an education tab that I should put in here that has curated content. But right now, there's a series of different categories. We've got the latest topics up here. We've got some popular items down here. And the latest items are listed here across all categories. And then there's a videos section down here. And for some reason, the layout for some of these thumbnails doesn't land quite right in this first block. And I feel like that's something I need to tinker with and whatnot. I've put a featured article out here right now for what's new in .NET Aspire 8.1 for the cloud native developers. There's a bug in here where I briefly mentioned this. There is a thumbnail for this that is on the blog that it brought over initially, and when it generated a thumbnail, the thumbnail service, it for some reason doesn't have the right it can't find it and present that thumbnail on screen. So it might be nice to address that while we're in here as well. So there are people still using Fortran and Cobalt. Yep, absolutely. Do what you love and make money doing it. Absolutely. Over on YouTube, Haynes says, I see many folks using C#, very few using F# unless there was something very specific. Yeah, and nothing wrong with that. Folks want to have a different way to write their applications. Go for it. C# is overwhelmingly the most popular language in the .NET ecosystem. But there's other languages folks want to use. We're going to enable them. Let me get my gunners on here today. There we go. These are the Marin glasses. They're wireless down here on the bottom, so there's no seam in them. So I am a gunner ambassador. All kinds of great styles out there. Check them out at gunner.com. There's a link to a coupon code just below me here if you're watching on Twitch and you're interested in checking out and getting a pair of blue blocker glasses. Even you want to get sunglasses, many of their frames you can get with sunglass add-ins instead of the blue blocker glasses if you'd like. Let me see here. Import modules from Node modules. The browser says it doesn't know how to resolve the import. Yeah. Okay. Sounds like you got a folder location issue. Yep, Google that, Friesdiskin. Yep, F# is a language that's been around for .NET developers for 10 to 15 years now, I want to say. So, yep. Jefferson, hello to you in Brazil. Hope you're doing well. The Brazilians didn't have the luck was not on your side for Copa America here in the States over the last month or so. But best of luck to you in the Olympics coming up with the Brazilians and their football team. Hello. Fuel Snable works with COBOL. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's awful. I wouldn't say VB is dead. I'm never going to say that a Microsoft product is dead. There aren't as many folks using it. Q# is a thing for quantum coding, but quantum coding is not really a thing. It's a theoretical thing for the most part. There you go. Lots of folks building VBNet. Yep. M. Bradley with an .NET Aspire question. I have a module written in Java, and the rest is .NET. Can I use Aspire to containerize this Java app? Yes. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. So check it out. Your Java application, you can add as a container into your .NET Aspire system and connect and share those references back and forth across the projects. Uh-huh. Yep. So, VB is mature. That's right. You're right. You're right. Windows Phone is no longer a product. Yes. I'm not going to say a product that is currently being serviced. I'll qualify. A product that is currently being serviced, I will not say is dead. I work for the company. Full disclosure, I work for Microsoft. I do not make announcements on this channel. So I will not be saying that things are dead, things are no longer supported or whatnot. I walk the straight and narrow on that. But I do give you my opinions on things, to be sure. But when there's a comment, a question about a party line on, oh, nobody uses this anymore, I'll be frank about it, but you won't hear me say that something's dead. So, feature updates happen infrequently to VB.net. I miss Windows Phone also, Thindall. Yeah. Would you be able to use Ansible to build the Java app and then inject it to the container? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me see here. Let's do this. Let me open the code for Aspirify, and I can show you some of that. I probably need to revert some of the things that I was working on because it didn't work. Come here. No. There it is. Yeah, we need to revert most of that. Yep. Gonna revert that. All right. And before I start this, give me 1 second here, and I need to turn back. Shoot. Oh, no, I'm good on that stuff. Look at that. I guess I can leave that. I guess I can leave all of that. But turn that off, and turn this back on. Yeah, I think I'm good. All right. I can go you one better on that, M. Bradley. No, there are not security patches coming out for WinFo. No. Let me see here. Yeah, Windows Phone was awesome. Limited apps. It's a shame the Android ecosystem that was added to Windows in the last 2 years. Great idea. It needed to be on Windows Phone, not on full Windows. You're building a web server from scratch in C#. What use cases would be a good fit for .NET Aspire? I will show you some of that in just a second. Here, let me head over to... I have the source code right there. I thought I didn't have that up. So here's the deal. Let me start with the Java and container comment. So with .NET Aspire 8.1, right? You can add you can add a Docker container directly, right? So you could have your Java app. There it is. And you could do something like that. Not just add container. That's not what I want to do. Don't do that. No. Let's do this. Add Docker file. Right? And I'm going to call this, right? I don't know. Java API. Specify, scroll this over. Specify the context path, specify the Docker file. It will, .NET Aspire will build your Docker file into a container, launch it, and you can inject, right? So I'll delete that. you can inject your arguments that you want. You can give it endpoints to expose to the rest of the ecosystem. And you can pass in references to the other things. So I can pass in my reference to table storage, and it will give it the same table storage reference it. So containerize the Java app, and then, well, you can either add the container directly, you can do that, or by using the @docker file syntax here, you don't have to build the container. Aspire, .NET Aspire, will build the container and manage it for you. Ah, now we're talking. Now you don't need to worry about, right? You just lay the Docker file out there and say, go build, run this thing. So that's pretty cool. That's a cool way to work with that. All right. Jeremy.
Jeremy Knight _ me just resubscribed for 54 months. Do the things.
Let's do the things. Good to see you, Jeremy. Thank you so much for the resub. You're adhering to DoD specs. So the unspoken word in the things that we're doing here with .NET Aspire, we're doing things like add password to some of these items to start up here. You're going to see the passwords and API keys start to slowly disappear. Consider. There was the question about data migration, right? So here I've set up my security database. It's right here, right? And there's the database that I'm injecting and using. If I go to my database migration service, I'm not passing a password into this. I'm passing just a reference to that database. In production, it doesn't use a password. In production, when you deploy using AZD, it uses a service principal that has access to that service. So that service is logged in, it's able to access that database because it's been granted access during the deployment process. Passwords go away. You don't need to have a post-it there on the side of your display that says, here's the password for production. That goes away. You're going to start to see this more and more evolve with the ecosystem here. Because passwords and API keys can be stolen, can be doxed, can be rewritten. So, you're having Walter with the resub.
Walter just resubscribed for 53 months.
Thank you so much. 53 months with us. Pac-Man Jr. says, I clipped the add Docker file. Thank you. Appreciate the clip. And Bradley says, in setting up endpoints, can they enforce TLS 1.2 connection as well? I don't think that's something that you would be doing specifically in the Aspire configuration, but you would during the deployment process, right? Enforcing the transport layer security would be beyond the Aspire configuration. This stuff running locally, you're not going to run into that here. That's not going to be a concern that you'll have here running locally. When the migrations are done, like DF migrations add, where are the migrations done? So let me come back. This is the question that DJ Deepex has had for us. Well, where do the migrations take place? So there's a sample out there that you can check out in the Learn documentation. This I also have it running, and I describe it in depth in the Big Bad blog demo series. I'm getting back to that next week. Now that all this stuff for the Aspire Day is done, I've defined the database, the migrations for it, Hey, Big Jimmy Stacks. Hello. The migrations take place in this project over here, a Spirify data migration service. Okay? It waits for the security database, and it has a reference to the security database so that it receives that. Those migrations I've placed down here in the maintenance branch. So migration service. And you'll see in the setup of this service, it has a worker process that's going to run. It's a little class that knows how to do stuff. It adds my database context. My database context is in a shared location out here. I'll put up Solution Explorer so you can see. This is in a shared library called Aspirify Data Security. We're at an ad break. I will slow down here. So this is where the database context is. It's in a shared location so that both the migration service and the website can both get to it. Okay? All of the migrations are in this shared library as well. You see them there. So when the migration service wakes up, it gets the exact same configuration to access and work with that security context. Right? There it is. Use NPG SQL, and it gets the security connection string. I set up the telemetry so I get logging coming out of this as well. All right? The worker process wakes up. Here's the execute async. This is it actually running. I start a telemetry event. Create scope. Go get the database context. All right. And migrate. I pass in a stopping token just in case for some reason it needs to be canceled. If there's an exception, record it in the telemetry. When this is done, stop the application. I don't need this running after the migration completes. So my Aspire Data Security, this is just a class library. That's right. Just a class library that has the Postgres library for working with .NET Aspire, and I should probably do that. It's got my entity framework references and my Postgres references because I use Postgres for this. And Bradley asks, is there a way to deploy to AWS? Yes. The AWS CDK has the appropriate tools in it so that it will analyze a .NET Aspire system and set up and help you with a deployment to Amazon. Their folks have documentation and instructions on how to use that. So where do you do the .NET EF migrations add? They all run inside this class library. So you need to run it against, you need to run that command against either the website or, no, you need to run it against the website because it has the design tools in it and all that stuff. And you tell it the project to use is this one, and it will output and write the content into that, the migrations into there for you. Eric asks, say I have a database in a container, my app in a container, another app that I have to work together. Does .NET Aspire work out all the Docker stuff? Yes. Takes care of all of those connections behind the scenes. The important thing that you must do, because all of that is running inside of a container, in the website configuration, you must say with external HTTP endpoints. You must. That opens up the ingress so that folks can actually reach in and touch that website. Without that, you're stuck. Nobody can get to it. So, like my counter service out here that counts how many folks are interacting with it, does not say with the external endpoints. because it's an internal service. Nobody can touch it. Nobody from the outside internet is allowed to interact with that. So, all right. Let me close this. Yep, we're going to close that. Yeah. So I want to look at this thing first. For some reason, the thumbnail doesn't match up. Can't find it. Why? Let's see if we can fix that. This feels like a bug that we can fix quickly here. And there was mentions earlier. Am I on Aspire 8.1? You can see it down here in the footer. We're on .NET 8.07. And right there, Aspire 8.1 is running the Aspirify.net website. See, that looks bad. Like, come on now. There's a thumbnail there to run it. So, hey, Null Sheffo, what's the cheapest way to deploy a .NET API in Azure, but you want the ability to scale based on traffic? Azure Functions. Azure Functions. It'll run only for the number of folks that execute it. How are the animated emotes in Twitch synchronized? I don't know. That's a good question, ConnectQ. That's a great question. Because right when you put a bunch of animated emotes next to each other, right, they all have the exact same frame. There's got to be some sort of a timer or something that's coordinating them. Something. Or it's displaying all of those GIFs at the same time. Let me answer this question from Space Jocks, and then we'll get in and look at what's not connecting right for these images. That's a long question. Let me look at it over here. You're trying to learn more about C# and making desktop and web applications. Been working with Unity for the last year or so. Cool. You've completed the Microsoft C# foundational course. Where should I focus my attention next? You've got a year left in your current contract. You want to be employable in a software web development role. Take a look at Blazor. Blazor's going to Blazor's going to give you some ASP.NET fundamentals, and it's the direction that folks are going with web development in the .NET ecosystem. That's where I would go. They are always synced. Yeah, it's kind of crazy across multiple messages. Yeah, I don't know if it's server side time syncing, but there's something where they present, right? They all load coordinated or something. Not sure. You're getting into Blazor, Sir Timmy? There you go. Yeah, Blazor is the technology that we're using for this website, Aspirify.net. So it is a front-end framework to help organize your HTML, present it, and allow you to write C# to coordinate and execute and present content. React right now is the most popular front-end framework right now. Definitely go learn React. I think that's something that's valuable. So Blazor is growing. It's absolutely growing. Nope, not going to be pulled. There are plenty of things at Microsoft that use Blazor. It's not going anywhere. So, yeah, the React job market is way better right now. It is. Right now it is. No denying it. However, React has been around for 12, 13 years. Blazor's been around for 5. Blazor is very componentized into the .NET community. React is everywhere. Hey, Binary Chef. Chris Funk, hello, hello. And Yo Phase, welcome. So, okay, so I wanted to see what's the deal here. So, let me see. We need to go back here. I can connect to the production location for those. If I go back in here, is this going to the production table queue? Yeah, I need the blob in there. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to fill that back in. Right, because it... Yeah, it's up there. I'm just going to move a couple of these things around. Now, stand by for action. There's better ways for me to do this, but I'm lazy and I just copy values around. What can I tell you? Yeah, that should work now. Working locally. Yeah, let's head over to the code. Saigamma asks, with all the news, would I say the cloud engineer is better than a dev job market? No. Hey, Space Jocks, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you joining us. Appreciate it. That's the Philly in me, right? I don't say appreciate, it's appreciate it. They do that on talk radio in this region a lot. They don't say appreciate, it's appreciate it. And I know that must sound weird to folks who don't speak English first. So, work sent you home from a site with a MacBook. Oh, okay. Hey, have a good one, Space Jocks. Ooh, you're going to go see Deadpool and Wolverine? Okay. I'm really unhappy with the folks that have been posting screenshots and video clips to TikTok. Because you're just scrolling along, watching your favorite whatever, and because you're into that genre, all of a sudden, bam, spoiler. Like, son of a... What the hell? Like, I'm literally not going to watch TikTok for the next 4 days because I don't want to have it spoiled. Like, Space Jocks, I had exactly that conversation with Mrs. C Sharp Fritz this morning. Hey, what do you say we go see the preview of Deadpool and Wolverine tonight so that we don't hit any spoilers and we get to have some fun with this? I'm right there with you. Enjoy the movie. Can't wait to hear what you think of it. Oh, my gosh. So, I'd appreciate it if you don't spoil it. I will not spoil it. Absolutely, Bit O'Brien. Totally agree. Yep, Dankeschön. Absolutely. Dankeschön. You're a big Deadpool fan? Yeah. Yeah. I don't have a Wrexham jersey. A Wrexham kit. Right? Did I say that right, football fans? But I do have a Wrexham cap that I'll wear every now and again. I'm wearing a Guinness hat from some of our Irish friends that sent this to the PO box. How are the Eagles going to do this year? Oh, I think they're going to be awesome this year. So it's the unknown, right? The I don't know what's coming next of Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts, and TikTok. That it's kind of fun for discoverability, but when I'm trying to avoid spoilers, no. You're about an hour's drive from Wrexham. I've said this before, and I know folks have heard me say this. Because I live in Philadelphia, in is a strong word. I live outside of Philadelphia. I live in the Philadelphia region. When Rob McElhenney bought the Wrexham Football Club, it was big news around here because we take pride in how successful Rob has been with the It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia show. I mean, here's a kid that went to school, grew up here, went to Hollywood, and he's making a show about how quirky and awkward Philadelphia is. Like, we take pride in that, and we're thankful for the little spotlight that Rob has brought on our town. And when we heard that he was buying a football club, we took interest. Like, oh, this is interesting. Let's see how Rob does with the football team. And when the series came out, everybody in Philadelphia that was interested in supporting Rob and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia paid attention. And hey, yes, we want to support one of our own, a kid who's done right. And to see the success that the Wrexham club has had, they tied Chelsea last night in a friendly in San Francisco. And I know it's not the first string of Chelsea. It's a number of their academy players in there. But, I mean, here's a EFL League One team that has tied two premier teams, two draws in both. Oh, man. In both matches that they've had, I nearly called them ties. Right, but they had two draws in two preseason matches here in the States on their tour. Not bad. Not bad. Not amazing. Not anything to get excited about, but they're showing something. That's great to see that they're improving. So I've never had a chance to experience the UK outside of Heathrow Airport. So my family is Irish. I'd love to get a chance to visit Dublin at some point. With how invested I am in supporting Rob and Wrexham, wouldn't mind making a stop through town and seeing that. But great stuff. It's great stuff. You know, when you get to support folks in another part of this world and you get to participate in some of their excitement, some of their joy, it's really cool stuff. Have a good one, Space Jocks. Thank you so much for stopping in. Microsoft has a campus in South Dublin. I'm not surprised. Ads are about to start here. While that's about to start, I'm going to check and make sure that this launches properly and runs locally here. Make sure that we can get in and take a look at some of this. Looks like I've got an upgrade that I need to do here. There's a high severity vulnerability in image sharp. Well, I only use it in my thumbnail resize. So I might need to... Not might. I should apply a patch to that. Just means that when they get to the Premier League and they have more funding, they'll be a force to reckon with. Oh, core man. Yeah, I think you might be onto something there. I think, like... If Wrexham makes it to the championship after this season, if they make it to the championship, they're going to need oil money to get to the Premier League. Like, the money being spent on Premier League football in the UK is more than what's being spent on any of the four major sports in the States. It is ridiculous money being spent there. What? Try that again. And yeah, we'll look at that and see if we can do this update on this. Felt like containers didn't altogether start in the right order there. There we go. Well, come on, start the dashboard. Let's go. No. The Redis cache didn't start properly. Why? Like, okay, that's not running locally now. So we're gonna have to fix. Let's do a clean and rebuild here. While I'm doing that, it's the thumbnail service that has the update we need to do. That has the known vulnerability. I said manage NuGet packages. Where'd you go? There, right there. Yep, do it. And accept. Is the DCP still running? Oh. No, because it wouldn't load anything. That would be my guess. There we go. And I showed the get connection string for Thindall there inside the migration service. So we did a complete rebuild. Aspire 810. Should be spinning up containers at this point. Hello? Okay, now we're talking. There we go. And everything's running. So these are all the services that make up Aspirify. What's my opinion on Umbraco? Looking for a simple way to create a website. WordPress is tempting. I've never used Umbraco. But WordPress is such a complete solution. Such a complete solution. Like, there's no debating it. It's got so much built and available for you. Okay. Some of these images are loading properly, some are not. But this one right here is the one in particular that I'm going after. Right there. Why isn't... Let's even click right through to that. Why isn't this one loading? WordPress is very vulnerable. There are plugins that you can install that will help you with mitigating those vulnerabilities, identifying them and patching as soon as possible. All right, so I'm going to take a look at why. Stop that. I don't want the counters to run here. I don't want it to capture and create any counter information. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a block up here. If debug, because we're running locally, right? Return right away. That way it doesn't try to do any of the hit tracking. You got another website running on WordPress using the auto updater? Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Running WordPress on .NET is very cool. It's doable. With Peach Pie, I really should run my blog that way. WordPress on top of .NET. Like, talk the talk. And we're back from the ad. All right, good. So it's this one right here is the one I'm trying to figure out. Why is it not getting its thumbnail? So let's go look up in here. It should be trying to load a thumbnail and go find it here. So I'm going to put a break right there. Reload this. Okay, why didn't you even try to get that? Did we fail down into here? What? It's not even hitting here. I'm hitting a cache header. Like, okay, fine. Disable cache, go. There we go. You. All right. File name base. Oh boy. Oh boy. And that probably doesn't. It does exist. No, it does. I'm sorry, it doesn't exist. Yeah. Okay. So, what are you doing over there? Okay. Let's go over and look at the actual blob storage. You think WordPress is a big bloat, hard to slim down? What do you mean by slim down? Certainly a big application, but what do you mean by slim down? Like, you can put caching in there so that it runs really fast. Hey, follow. Let me come back to you in just a minute here. Let me come back in just a minute. Because we're looking. So the name is what's new in. So let's go down. There it is. Come here, get over here. Nah, show me. See, I can't see the file name because. All right. What percent 25 27 s dash new dash in. Oh no. Oh no. It does a split. Right, the file name base. That file name is right. The file name that was passed in is right. What if I just change this? Right? What if I just change this right here to file name? Get rid of those quotes.
Crows 4K just resubscribed.
Hey, Crows.
69 months. Nice.
Nice. Thank you so much. Come here. Come here. You're not gonna do this for me. Fine. Like, if the file name is right, like, the thumbnail knows what the thumbnail is that it should be presenting. Like, don't go recalculate it, just do it. I don't even have a reload button on this thing. Right? So, it tried to get that. Doesn't exist. What's new in... It's... Oh, boy. It's a %27 there. This is a double escape that's being done. That %27... Oh. Look at that. It's a happy accident there. Should be turned into a %25, 27. So what happens if I do the URI escape, right? So down here, let's try that. Right? Escape data string, right? File name. What do we get for that? That's correct. So let's do that here. And see if that works. Back up. You're not going to let me back up. Fine. Oh, there we go. Did it find it that time? Yes. So, if I go back to here, refresh. There it is. So if I go back to the front page, there we go. Now they're all loading that I do have thumbnails for. What's happened there? There it is. Yes. That looks like the right fix. So I'm going to remove these other things that were in here, where I was trying to recalculate it. And, right, because I've got that cache header on there, it's not going to reload these for folks. So let's... Right, did we save everything? Save everything. Let's push that fix out. Look at that, 5 files changed. What? What did I change? What did I change in this security project? What did I change over there? Oh, I upgraded the version of that. That's fine. And thumbnail service, I upgraded the version of the project. I don't know who this... and the minimal APIs is the other one. Alright, so let's add some things here to be pushed out. Go ahead, that's fine to update. The thumbnail service, Aspirify web, and my APIs. Right, those are the 3 to go. Fixed thumbnail presentation. In about 7 minutes, that'll be live on the website. Let me come back over to Follow's question over here. It scrolled off the top. Follow asks, you're prototyping a cloud-native multi-tenant replacement for a legacy product of your company, which is still on .NET Framework and Microsoft Access. Ew. Okay. Okay. That's some older tech. All right. Loving the experience so far. Started with Aspire Beta 3, and it's been really smooth. Using a Next.js front end in Aspire App Host. Nice. Even though it's not Blazor, it still just works. That's great. That's awesome to hear, Follow. Congratulations. The size of the rendered pages in WordPress are really big and bloated. Well, that's a problem with your WordPress template. That's not a problem with WordPress. Like, you can build your own template that isn't. Yeah, it was the trim on that was... Right, it was retrimming and trying to reformat the thumbnail name. What does the star in the star file name do? It says match everything else. Really? So the thing is that the domain name service for C#Fritz.com, it's the DNS. They say, oh, there's no problem with it. It stops rerouting like once every week or two. You can get to the same location. Yeah, if you just go straight to jeffreyfritz.com, it goes to the same place. But it's the DNS is what's going on there. C# Titan asks, what is Keycloak? Keycloak is a combination key vault and security login server. So you can configure it to do OpenID and OAuth, and it'll also store secrets for you. But yeah, the DNS is... It's like my DNS provider just unloads it. There, now it works. Now it works. If you go to C#Fritz.com, it's routing through for me now. Like, so Aspire.net, actions. There, we can see it building. Head back over here. And application building, and it's going to do the deployment. So Eric had a question though about the chart data binding. So while this is running, right? So I added a dashboard to this. Yeah, that's fine. Let me log in. Yeah. And I'll show you what it looks like. And I have a YouTube video all about how this works. But these are Blazor components from our friends at Progress Software. These are the Telerik Blazor chart components. They're behind the scenes here. Nobody sees these except for me right now. But they show you here the most read authors, the most visited articles. I'd like to point out more folks have read my content on Aspirify.net than David Fowler or Damian Edwards. I'd like to just enjoy that for right now before those numbers flip, okay? So when I refresh this, you can see it's binding and painting them. The Telerik components have a bind for those for those data points, for that data series. So if we go to the page views chart that I have up here, see it's a Telerik chart, and I have a series here and it passes in that data. When that data changes, it rebinds and repaints it. So I don't have to do anything because they're already watching that property, and when that property changes, it's doing the rebind of just that bit. Okay, so website's almost done reloading here, about another minute and a half. Coming through. But we're gonna, where I want to go today is I want to add that share button. I want folks to be able to click through to an article and have a share on, or not even share on, just share button, so that it pops out appropriately the either the share feature on your phone or your tablet, or jumps you into a series of services that you want to be able to share. I had this feature on ClipTalk. I feel like there's an opportunity to reuse some of that code here. Pre-roll is turned off for the next 40 minutes. So... Oh, I also updated the RSS feeds. Have you seen the RSS feeds? Check it out. It now looks nice. And you can drop it into your favorite RSS reader. So you can click through and see all the latest articles on the RSS content. I like that. Alright, so we talked about the charts and data binding. I can get rid of those to-do items. Good. We should be coming back from the ad. But I want to put a share button on there. Blazor share button. Did they have a share button? Because if they have one, that'd be really easy to do. No. 2 matches. Is there one? No. Bummer. Hey, I know that guy. Alright. Alright. No. How to create a social media share button, Blazor eyes. Into a Blazor component. Yeah, nice. Nice. Blazor Twitter share button from Jay Sakamoto. What's it look like? Not bad. There's a JavaScript library that does this. Like, I think we can wire up to a widget like there. Navigator share method. Right. Let's see what we get here. Sharer.js. Updated July 2024. Share on Twitter, share on Facebook, share on LinkedIn. Sharer.js is a JavaScript library which adds social sharing capability to any DOM elements. All the parameters can be passed via HTML5 data attributes. Add the required CSS class sharer to your element and create a custom Facebook button. That's cool. Added threads support. Neat. But does it do... Yeah, go away. Yuck. Does it do the native share? Right? What's this one? I feel like there's a mix of these two. You know? Like, for emails, that's kind of nice. Okay. Description, caption. I mean, neat. Where's the project site for this thing? No. You don't do that. GitHub. Crazy Lou, hello, welcome. Did a full page refresh? Nice. Let's do this. I'm going to copy that link. Yeah, copy it. Do this. And I want to go to your GitHub. Right? You've even got a website, do you now? Lightweight JavaScript library to create custom share components on DOM elements. Hey. All kinds of stuff. Okay. Not bad. Okay, so some nice examples. But what if I just want to implement and call the native share? Window sharer init. Right, but there's native sharing. Right here, this thing. You stop it, go away. So, where's the demo? Show me that one. No, I didn't think so. I order. Right, that's all. Download this plugin. Where's the demo? Like, where are you actually using this thing? Class button, share. Do you see a share button here somewhere? No. Maybe with some good old vanilla JavaScript. I saw that. Show me a demo of this. Yeah, see. Okay. I'm in Firefox. That doesn't do anything. Let's try Edge. Yeah, that doesn't do anything either. See the browsers this currently works on. Don't mind if I do. So, Firefox, no. Edge it should work on, but it's not. Chrome? That doesn't do anything either. Like, tell me there's something in the console that says, "Ah, it doesn't work." Well, that's why it doesn't work. Know what I mean, Vern? Line 41. After the argument list. You're not even going to highlight it for me. And now you feel shame. Let's try it in Chrome. In Edge. Can you show me some source code? Source. I don't see an argument there. But like I'm looking for where this missing show me. Help me out here, Copilot. No. No. No, that wasn't worth it. I don't get it. I mean, we clearly see. So I could probably do some combination of the two, using the native share and using the share buttons. The Blazorized page shows you how to create your own button. Yeah. This one. Yeah, it's using their button component. Yeah. So let's do a combination of the two. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Richard. Yeah. Let's do a combination of the two. Let's do... I think this, to add some of these, makes sense. I think this technique right there, we can wrap and inject the other library if this doesn't work. Right? So, first things first. What are my other things here? Yeah, that's fine. Let's do this. Check out feature share buttons, right? So I've got some place to work here so that it doesn't automatically deploy as I'm working on this in case I don't get it done before we finish stream here today. I think we will get it done, though. I'm going to go to my article page. So, right, here's where it displays the article. Right. I've got a whole bunch of other features here that I've commented out. The view count at some point is going to come back. Don't know when, though. But, where do we want to put the actual share button? And I want to use a share button icon. So I do have font awesome, right? I don't know which font awesome version it is. Thank you. Say hello. Well, no. How about I don't? I want that share button. That one looks good. Right? And if we look at... Is it still running? Or no, I shut it off. Yeah, you're not going to get anywhere there, friend. Oh, the website should be updated. Double check that. There we go. Now it's got the right... Now it's got the right images. At least more correct images. Some of these don't have thumbnails, so they just get the default. Okay. So let's run this, John. We'll figure out where to place the share button and all that stuff. So one of the things that I want to make sure folks see, particularly folks who aren't familiar with Blazor, is I can still call out and use JavaScript libraries and native features of the browser directly from .NET and Blazor. Here we go. What is that? I was zoomed in. Anyways. In a non-interactive way. Something like that. Yeah. So let's click through to one of the articles. This one. And I don't know, maybe I put the share button like right here. Right on the subtitle. Yeah, you can do a scoped component. Yep. Even then, it's not really scoped. You still have to include it yourself. It doesn't do that automatically. Like, you still have to call the import. But in Razor Pages, it gets you a little bit closer, and you can set up the TypeScript compiler with ASP.NET, and it'll generate the JavaScript for you. So, yeah, Richard. Somebody already did it. Okay, so if I want to put that in here, what? I didn't say linear gauge. There it is. I'm gonna have to restart it, aren't I? Well, that's annoying. They are working on the hot reload experience with .NET Aspire. Blazor, Mr. Magoo. Look at that.
Blazor Mr. Magoo just resubscribed for 73 months. Happy subscribe-anniversary.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that, and I'll make a donation for that. Is the site static server-side rendered? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Right? That's what makes it so fast. Right? It's static, and then it's HTTP cached. Output cached. So that it loads more quickly. Now, where is it? Mervin, hello, welcome. Do I have some sort of an indicator here that couldn't find that thing? This one right here. You. Yeah, couldn't find it. Let's go back to an older version. Icons. It's like support. It's like an older version. Like. Docs? Something like that. Something like this. I don't know. Where's the list of icons? No. Font awesome for icons. I think that's the one. Right. Ooh, hey. Is it this one or that one? Which share button should I do, chat? Yeah, the JavaScript should work out of the box. Yep. This one or one of these? I think I want that one. Hey, McNets. The alt square. Yeah. Heck, paste it in over here. Yeah, there it is. It's small. It's small. We need to make it bigger. bigger. I forget how to make it bigger. Right? Bigger. FA-2x, 3x, something like that. FA-2x. No. 3x. 4x. No. Currently in the process trying to convince the company you work for to replace legacy Angular JS UI with Blazor. No luck. What are they telling you? You think the share alt is the new default share button icon? Yeah, this one. FA share alt. And then we'll wire this up. It's tiny. Tiny. 3EN. Too big. 2. 1. Too small. Well, that did nothing. It's also a little bit thick. That's a thick boy. Right? I don't have too much of an option on that. What if I did instead of float? Sorry, it's back here behind me. What if I did like, right, what if I did like margin left and we did something like 2EM? Right? Like, that's not bad. That's not bad. So if I say font size, oh, we're at a break. 1.5 EM. I don't know. For some reason, Visual Studio has stopped. Look, watch this. I'm typing colon, right? As I type a style here and then I type colon, it's like it auto-completes wrong. Margin left. Like, and what was it I was trying there? 2EM. Right, and I can wire up the, what's it called? The JavaScript in just a second. Chris Jones with a resub.
64 months.
64 months. Thank you so much. And I'll make another donation to a tech charity. Much appreciated. Isn't Blazor BCL now? Yes, it is. They have this idea that Blazor is the new Silverlight. Mervin, send them to me. Send them to me. What framework are they using right now? Okay, I got you. Mervin, come on in. Ad break ends in a minute. How you doing there, friends? Welcome back. We're going to help out our friend Mervin here. Here's the deal. Your employers have an Angular JS. That's an Angular 1 application. Google completely rewrote and abandoned that version 10 years ago. You've been on your own, and there's been a community of folks that have gathered around to support and run that for 10 years. For folks to say they're worried that some other technology is going to become the new Silverlight when they're using a JavaScript framework that the original authors of it abandoned less than a year after they published it, is the pot calling the kettle black. Consider AngularJS. There's a community of folks that are out there building, supporting, and running it. That's the original Angular 1.0. That's been out there for now 10, 12 years. Here's the thing with Silverlight. AngularJS still hasn't been supported for as long as Silverlight has. Oh, I dropped this one. Check it out. Silverlight was originally released back in 2005. No, I'm going to say 2007, 2008. 3 years later, Steve Jobs releases the iPhone and puts down the hammer and says there won't be browser plugins that are allowed to run on this device. Android flies in the face of that and says, ha, you can still run Flash and Silverlight on our device. But clearly, it wasn't the thing. It was no longer in vogue because HTML5 was happening, and all the things that you would do with Silverlight or Flash, you can now do natively in HTML. That said, yeah, counting the new open source version of Silverlight, nah, not counting that. So here's the deal. Microsoft supported Silverlight for an additional 10 years after Steve Jobs said, we're not supporting this on any of our devices. It wasn't Microsoft that did that. It was Apple. Let's make sure we have that clear. Another vendor, another browser vendor, said they were cutting support for Silverlight and Flash and other browser plugins. And in hindsight, it was the right thing to do because it is a security attack vector. So I'm not going to say that it was wrong, but I'm going to say that they cut support. They didn't even provide a transition. They just said, you're done. Blazor WebAssembly runs on HTML5 standard technology that's been around for more than 10 years. Blazor is completely open source. Blazor can run on the server also. Blazor can also be used to build mobile and native applications, all with the exact same syntax. We recommend you provide abstractions with how you integrate with services in the browser, services on the web, services on your native platforms if you build a native application with it, so that you do have that portability as you shift across different deployments of Blazor. But Blazor is completely open source, completely free to use. You are not coupled to using Visual Studio or Windows. You can use it anywhere you'd like. Works on Windows, Mac, or Linux. You can build and deploy applications with it to Windows, Mac, and Linux, to iOS, to Android. You have a ton of options for you. So, lots of options that are available there. Everybody looks at, not everybody, there are many folks that look at developer technologies from Microsoft and says, I don't want this to be the next Silverlight. I don't want to be caught with this being abandoned. All of our developer technologies are free and open source, which is more to say than the competition, which is more than the level of support, because even if we do say, you know what, we're not going to invest and continue building this thing anymore, it's still open source, and we're still going to provide between 3 and 10 years support, depending on which technology it is and which other products it's bundled with. You're going to get at least 3 to 10 years support free with that. Now, we've always said, and this came up in a team discussion the other day, we've always said you get 3 years of .NET support for free. .NET 6 free support ends in November. It's not .NET support, it's .NET free support. .NET 6 free support. If you still want to use .NET 6 and you want support, there are paid options available. But folks don't seem to hear that message. There's options. So, let me catch up here. Yes, you can use native libraries in Blazor WebAssembly. Yes. Is the main difference... Hey, I'm not myself. Hello! Is the main difference that Silverlight was a Microsoft tech and Blazor is built on open standards like WebAssembly? That's a big part of it. Another, even bigger part of it is Silverlight was a browser extension, was a browser plugin that ran native code. WebAssembly is code that is downloaded in the browser, just like JavaScript, and runs in a sandbox. It's a standardized, language-agnostic runtime that you can code against. Apple and Google force their upgrades on users. Yes, they do. Consumers want something that's intuitive and just works. Yep. Yep. Hey, Junie Von Esch. Hello. If you can wear a Blazor, you can work with Blazor. That's right. Codebase Alpha, good afternoon to you. Hello. Blazor WASM will be even better with WASI. Time will tell with WASI. Time will tell. I mean, we're still early in the WASI life cycle here. We'll see. Long-term support from Microsoft and the fact that it is open source are very good arguments. Oh, yeah. Most of your team is C#.NET, so it makes sense to use that. Fantastic. Reuse the stuff you've already built. I show you. I do this in Aspirify. Yeah. WASI's very early. So let me head back over to the code here. And, yeah. So we're adding a share button. There's the initial share button that we have there. So from the other samples that we saw back over here, it looks like from the Mozilla documents, we can check to see if the browser has shared capabilities. And if it does, we can set up that shared data. If it doesn't, we can set up this library and let that do the sharing. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. I would like to use the CDN for that. That'd be nice. But I'd like to use it to... I'd like to use the package installer. Yeah, they're just including a JavaScript file and getting all the other stuff. Right, is it going to show me what some of these look like? Yeah, they don't stylize the button with an icon or anything. That's fine. I don't need that. I don't. So let's do this. You go away. So let's do some of this code, and then we can import the other library if it's not available. I got an idea. I got an idea. Let's do this. Let's create a JavaScript file for this. No. Why is that still in there? No matter. It's not an admin page. We're going to go right in here. We're going to create... Stop. Right. I'm going to add an item. Gimme. I've grown frustrated with the add context menu there. Like, too much going on. Article page, Razor.js. Right, because I'm going to deliver this so it's somewhat scoped to this page. Let's add a function. Do I namespace these? Good. Right? Actually, hang on. Yeah, do that. Thank you. I don't have any arguments, so you can get rid of that. Thank you. Let's call this, yeah, article page. Sure. Right? Do something like that. And at the end of this, we'll say window article page equals article page. For some reason, I feel like I'm singing Particle Man from They Might Be Giants. Remote CDNs can be dangerous. Jean Valjean.
Gene80 just resubscribed for 56 months.
How you doing there? Coder24601. Good to see you. I do avoid JavaScript as much as possible also. However, because we're interacting with the browser, with the navigator, we need to break out of Blazor and interact with that. So here's what I'm going to do. Let's add a hasNative share function. Is it a function? It's kind of a prop. Whatever. Right, we're going to return a Boolean from this. And, yeah. Right? Is that kind of what we were looking for? No, can share is what it does. Return navigator can share. Do I really even need that? If I can do that directly. Let Copilot do it. You know what I mean? I'm going to inject JavaScript runtime. Ta-da! JavaScript runtime. Everybody loves the JavaScript runtime. And on after render. Sure. Import the... No. Article page, Razor.js. Script. Do that. Is that it? That's not the right location. I don't think that's it. I think I wanted just straight import. And it's going to be components pages. I think that's it. I think that's it. Right? Look it up, Fritz. How to import JavaScript in Blazor. I forget how to do this. No. No. Import async. Show me what the JavaScript looks like, darn it. Yeah, I've got to export functions is what it... do I really... Why am I not getting this the way that I thought I was? Nah, no. Show me that. I'm trying to inject the JavaScript. I'm trying to import it. Right? I could do that, but I don't. I only want it to load for this one page. Yeah, there's runtime callbacks. Like, if I go back over here, instead of doing this with an iffy, right, if I did that, right, yeah. Say I want to export an object that I can use. Script tag, it won't work. Because of the enhanced navigation, it won't work. It won't add the script tag into the page. So I'm trying to inject a JavaScript call. Export function. See, but then it's like... This feels so weird. Right? And then I've got an object model. Right? So... yeah, where'd the Blazor import go? JS host. What the heck is that? No. What? Import the JS module, article page, Razor JS. That's not gonna work. And but it's still, it should be components, pages, right? Yeah. That should run. McKinnon Buck. Oh, with the page script. I hate the page script thing. Oh, I hate this thing. I hate it because it feels like it should be part of the default tool set. Like, I feel like that should ship. No, it's not included automatically. You have to include it. So... no, it's not there. right? And even then, yeah, that's a thing. It doesn't. Yeah, you have to use the page script component. I really, really don't want to do it. But I feel like that's going to be the way to do this. I feel like I have to do it. Yeah, let's bring in page script. Because then you need to bring in the lib module to load it. Fine. And then I can turn this into just the way that I had it. So let me go back up here into components. Like, the fact that everybody needs to build this screams to me that it should be part of the base library, the base feature set. So then we need to add in, is it in there? Where is it? Yeah. That's the source. Right, but the it's right there. Basics. Where does that name come from? Blazor page script lib. Basic page script. Yeah, okay, that's... It's right on the root. Ugh. Right, like... Aspirify web lib .module.js. So it should automatically detect that and load it, right? It's not referenced over here. Yeah. Yeah, it just knows about it and loads it. So now I can put on the... Right, so close that. And this I can take back into... right. Take you up here. I had to put parens around that, didn't I? window article page equals A. Now I can do page script over here. Right, I can do components, pages, article page, Razor.js. And now it'll include that. And I don't need to do that. But it should be on the page now when we load. Ads are in progress. It's the enhanced navigation that messes things up. That throws a wrench into things here. Da, da, da. And look over here. And if I say window article page, that's a thing. I could have sworn it was a thing. Let's go to sources. Is it over here? No. No. There's the source for this page. Yep. Page script. So that should have run. No, it doesn't say it. What do you mean I'm not calling the code properly? Help me out here. That should have found it. Or... No, it's not going to find it because it's over here. I need to export the on update so that it does stuff? Fine. I have a feeling it's not loading that at all. Because it didn't even punch up the update there. Like, I bet, yeah, it's not copying it out. Go find it. If it was in the dub root, it'd automatically be copied out as content. Let's see what we get here. Yeah, my first guess was that it was going to be a path issue. Okay. Well, I know that click works. No, it's not. No, it's not there. Yeah. All right, fine. We're moving you. Yeah, you should be able to put them in next to your Blazor content, and it should. I don't do it frequent enough that I remember it, and I always research it before I document and talk about it. And I'm blanking on how to do it because I just don't use it. Yeah, see? There's a special way that it handles it when you name it that, and I'm missing that capability here for some reason. Let's see where it goes. All right, sights up. Nope, didn't find it. Nope. Let's look over here. No, not that one. I don't think that page script is getting evaluated. I don't think that's getting evaluated. Right, even though I named this Aspirify Web lib module.js, I don't think it loaded it. No. So that should be able to work. Darn it. Stop. See, McKinnon's sample doesn't have... There's a couple other descriptive things there that are missing. So putting that there... Right? Components, pages, article page, Razor.js. Okay. here. I've already got that. Yeah. It gets added and it's libmodule.js. It should find it and load it. Try it again. Come on now. I did when I moved it over to the other location. I don't think it should have the unload and dispose also. Nope. Nope. Right, if I... Oh, man. Yeah, all that they exported was the onload. And it worked. Here. Export function. Reload it, just to make sure. That's my criticism of it, Codebase Alpha. It's too involved. This should just be part of the framework. The fact that you have to add this and wire it up, too much. But it's because I only want to add this JavaScript file on this one page. No. No. Let's look at the network. Did it even try to load the file? No. Didn't even try to load it. Which tells me the page script isn't being registered and loading properly. That's Google Tag Manager. See, there's some... There's some magic that happens that it loads this. And I have a feeling... See, look, this feels like where I should go. What nougat? Like, I can do that pretty easy. There's a page script nougat. No. All right. And I don't need to write the page script page then. Close this. Then I can get... like, the Blazor component was working. And now it includes it as just dot slash. Let's give that a shot. Right, and it's the server-side rendering that kind of throws a wrench into some of this. The enhanced navigation is the big thing that... right, the website's not fully started, blah, blah, blah. Nope. Mm-mm. It's not there. Didn't try and load it. I mean, let's close out some of these other things. No. Johnny B. Cat. Hello.
Cat
16 months with us.
For 16 months.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your hard work.
Oh my gosh.
Keep it up.
Thank you for joining us. It's not even requesting the path. It's not even seeing the path. Like, look. There it is. You know what? It's putting it on the end of that. Didn't reload it. Did he find it? No. Nope. There it is. I have a feeling that should be... Come here, you. Get rid of the dot. I didn't think it was the dot on that. Control U. What's Control U? Oh, view source. Yeah, I found the. I found the link, but it's not loading it. Told you to restart. Restart. All out of coffee. Come on. I tried navigating directly to the Blazor file, the JavaScript file. I was able to get there. No. Not executing. There it is. Didn't load it. No. Why isn't it loading it? Right, because if it went right to the root like that, yeah, let's move it to the JavaScript directly. I have to stop the app. Right, website starting. Okay. Hard refresh. No. No. Go back out of it. Look, watch the console. Come back in. Nothing. And it's not trying to load it either. It's got to be that page script element is not loading it. No. 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 I'm confident that script is not loading. Because I have things happening down here. Like, if I remove... Let's just go right to it. Remove all that. Restart. It's never calling into the page script. It writes out the page-script HTTP component, but it never loads it. Fine. Right, this is an interesting problem. That's not going to find it. Now, there's parts of the website that aren't going to work properly. That didn't work either. Nope. Yes, we're trying to use the page script feature to only load the JavaScript. If you do that technique, it's around on other pages. Page script properly loads and unloads because of the enhanced navigation. But it's not working at all. I could just tack it into this other script that I already have loading. That's setting up all the other stuff and is on every page. What do you mean there's no JavaScript on in it? Like, there it is. No. But importantly, it's not loading the lib module that enables that page script tag. We've gone too far. We've gone too far. This isn't working. Something is missing in the documentation here. Like, this isn't... The script that should be loading down here This, if I don't put a source element on there, it's not going to throw that error. Because it's not loading. Right-click on the tabs, and there is a tab layout here that you can choose. There is no module to include because now it's in a Razor class library. Since it's in a Razor class library, it will load and reference that class library directly. But it's not working. And the directions from NuGet don't reference and say, oh, you need to add this into your header. Right? So if I go back over here, it's the same page. There's nothing to add into the header of this. So if we go back into here, hard refresh. That didn't throw an error either. We should have seen an error from the JavaScript for that, and it didn't. It's not loading that. So if I go into the debugger and we look at the sources, it's not here. It's not loading that source. Even with all of my JavaScript to override it, it doesn't do it. Yeah, Orcblood, there's some other options in there also to colorize the tabs if you'd like, that come out of the box. So, yeah, that'll help you get this over here, and you can see I've got them colored. So this isn't working at all. I don't know why. There's no errors being reported. I'm yanking it. I'm done. I'm not gonna keep futzing with that. It's a pain in the neck. It's not working. Where I wanted to be able to just component load that up. I'm cutting my losses. I've been fighting with this for an hour and a half. I'm moving on. Like, I don't have time for that. Like, I should have had this share feature done and shipped an hour ago. But there's something wrong in the documentation. I controlled F5. No, didn't solve it. Didn't solve it, and I'm dumping out of it. It is not behaving properly. It's not throwing errors that things aren't being included. And it's not executing them either. Like, there's nothing more for me to try and figure out, you know what I'm saying? Look, there's only so far that I can go. So I'm going to add in here... And I'm just going to hang it. Yep. Article, page, share button. Let's just call it share button. And this all gets compressed out when it minifies. So now I should be able to... say... article page has native share. I should probably call it share. But, whatever. Colored by project? Cool, huh? Yeah. That doesn't exist anymore. Go back over here. Call this... I'm going to call this Aspirify share, just to... Do that. So, like, we were almost. I feel like we were almost there, but I kept banging my head on this because it wasn't. It's not loading the JavaScript to parse that page dash script. Yeah, the export function wasn't executing the console log at the top of the export function for on load. Like, and it wasn't loading the script for it. Like, what else can I do? I should put the other stuff in AppRaiser back in. Like, there's only so far that my patience can go before it's like, sorry. Window, there it is. Has native share. Yes, execute that. Why are you saying undefined? Return navigator can share. What do you mean can share is not a function? Navigator. Really? Now we got to go back over to Mozilla. It's not there. This isn't going to work. Yeah, that's what I look like. I have a very similar setup there, Richard. And I mean, you saw it did not. It's not loading. It's not loading the HTML component to parse the page script for some reason. It just isn't. Why isn't, like, am I a moron? Am I an idiot? Like, this doesn't work at all. And, I mean, like, Aspirify. Yeah. Okay, that looks like it is correct. So you're saying your Chrome has it? Let's try it over. If Chrome has it, then that means Edge has it. So let's try it in Edge. So F12, give me the console. Right? Clear all that trash. Really? You're blocking me? And type allow pasting. Okay. There's something in my setup. So let's talk about that for a second. This is where framework developers and component developers take extra steps to detect and report when things aren't working properly. So how do you detect that the JavaScript isn't loading properly? Right? As a component developer, how do you make sure that it loaded your script properly? Add some extra script into your component that after it runs, checks, hey, did that JavaScript run? Because it's probably going to be a developer thing. And if it doesn't, write something in the console log that says, oh, there's a problem here. I can't find XYZ. You're right, do an invoke and look for something that you put, some sort of a stub, something in that JavaScript file. Hey, right, in my case, did you find the console log? Did you find the Aspirify object? Yes? Good, continue. No? Error. Write some sort of console log message. Something like that to give the morons who are trying to consume your component an idea. What the hell is going on? Failing silently is not an option. What the heck was that? Oh, yeah, because I'm working down here at the bottom. Okay. So now I can detect has native share. So if not, I want to load the other one. How do you figure out why sometimes an AJAX call doesn't pick up the value from the select list? That's a resiliency question. Yeah, right? So here, now I'm at the point where I want to include no. I want to conditionally include that other script. I need that page script thing. I need it. Because I'm going to conditionally include this script. Yeah. Okay. I don't like this. I'm not going to add this. but I'm going to go into... I'm going to take out that magic. Also, there's a components, a dub root, and then a source with another dub root. What's with that? Try this again. And I've gotten this to work in other projects. That's the frustrating thing for me, is it works in other projects. What if we took this? See, this register page script element should run right at the beginning. Like, this is a thing that enables that HTML custom element. Yeah, look at that. If it has an on module, if it has on load and unload. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to do that magic stuff. No. So now, you should find that and load it. No matter what. Yeah. But I need to put the page script back in here. Stop. Let's go get that. See if it brings it in. Yeah, it's not on Firefox. And I'm okay with that. Keeps things honest. Are you freaking kidding me? There it is. Still didn't load it. It still didn't load it. There's the script. We should have seen it load sharer.min.js. Okay. So the browser is saying it's not at the top level of the module. Load in apps JavaScript once, then to install something that loads a script that loads scripts. I don't want it loading on every page. I don't want it on every page because it's only on the one page. So am I supposed to import this? Instead of including it in the script file? Is it possible that the magic load isn't working? Yeah, the script loader will be available on every page. Yeah, that's the include that I still didn't bring it in. No, it's not there. Okay. Content do not copy. Hit it again. Yeah, the library wasn't working either. Right, and the source code for the library, right? Dub root, there it is right on the root. Blazor page script lib module JS. it should find that and automatically load it, and it isn't for some reason. Something's not hitting it. See, it's not loading it. It didn't load it. Something is not... Right, or did it not load it because I didn't go to one of those pages? No. Because it has page script there, and it's not going. Right? No. I mean, unless this is somehow getting wrapped up in during a compile process, no. No. So I could import, I can call JavaScript that's in the JavaScript files that's already out there. I can do that, right? I can call that. That's in the JavaScript that I included. I want to be able to conditionally include that JavaScript only on certain pages. That's where it starts. What source is wrong? If I remove... I'm trying to get it to conditionally load that. It's not. Yeah, it's the event handlers. Yeah. So my guess was that the dot in the assembly name was one of the things that it was upset about. I will fix the assembly, right? So now it matches. Right, it's Aspirify Web CS Proj. There it is. That's the name of the assembly. I tried using it. It won't load it. Tried using a script tag. Nope, didn't load it. Nope. Didn't load it. Okay. Right, just hard refresh just to make sure. Network, cache is disabled, reload. No. No. Is this page using interactive rendering? No. No. Server-side rendering. The output cache is turned off while we're in debug mode. Come on. I was trying to get at it a different way. And actually, right, the on after render, that will still run. Right. What happened there? Invoke void async, get rid of view, go. Yeah, you're right. The on after render doesn't run. You're right. So, get rid of this. So, this, I don't have a way to call back into. I don't have a way to call back into the .NET code, and PageScript doesn't work. So I can't call this. The way around this would be to create a WebAssembly component. Not terrible because it'll run easily, but Yeah, but do I really need the back and forth? So if let's remove that. Remove that. Like, I'll reach out to McKinnon and talk about it, but I'll need a load. Yeah. Okay. So this is in here so that the window on load functions continue to run. Right? Because over here there's a bunch of things that it wires up on load. Where is it? This isn't actually used here. I can probably remove that. Yeah. See, that runs right at startup because it's a jQuery extension. So it runs these every time there's a new page. Right? That's part of why that's turned off. Right there. There's a... Right there. Window add event listener to do the scroll. Yeah. That's weird. Yeah, let's do this as... Let's do this. And have it go find the stuff. Right? No. Like that. Right? Yeah. What am I doing wrong? I'm so confused. I've confused the hell out of myself now. Okay, good. Yeah. Right, I know what page script is supposed to do, but for some reason it's not picking it up at all. Right? It's not loading and running the script. It's not picking up and loading the HTML component renderer. Not running that at all. That's not quite what we're looking at. So, oh man, I hate that I have to write this all. No. That's what I just did. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Okay. Yeah, trigger the share button. Close. The text content of share button. I think can share requires a secure context. I'm going to be serving on SSL. I'm always on SSL. You must be on SSL in order to access the website. So, no, I think we're okay. No, I want to say share button. Right, what is it? Data. Get data. Oh, shoot. Get attribute. There we go, like that. Get attribute. Right? I can do that. No, not, that should be right there, share button. Right? So I hide all that stuff on the same thing. So now I can just say title text is, I don't need text. But the URL is going to be share URL text content. Okay, fine. Isn't there an image? Something like that? Line 288 has an extra parent. Oh, yeah, it does. Thank you. Right? Like, what does... Yeah. You're not going to show me the properties here? Shareable file types. Here we go. The URL, the text, title may be ignored, and then files. No, I don't need. So that's the image. Get rid of that. Right? No, it is not public. Nope. So that should wire up. So now I don't need this one because we're not using that. So title and URL. Data title, data URL, right on this one. Right, and I can just say article title, data, yeah, URL, is Spirify net. Right, and I can /a/pubdate. We're gonna wanna /slug. Forgot the quote. There you go. Yep. See how that works. Like, I use PageScript where I do two-factor authentication in my tag. Works fine. It also doesn't have a complex domain name like this. What do you mean it doesn't exist? It's right there. Oh, it's a capital. Okay, here we go. And all the things are starting. Okay, so this should now be wired up. Nothing's happening on click. There it is. Dot share dash button. Oh, did I not give it the wrong? Restart. Ah. But even then, I'll want to put a pointer on it so that you actually get the pointer effect, right? That clue. Yeah, when I find a solution to this, I'll definitely share it, because there's something else going on here that we need to know how to handle. That's not handling the click. Man, come on now. Oh, wait. It's not running this. It's not running this because we're in a crummy... There you go. Failed to execute share on Navigator. No known data fields supplied. Only new fields other than title, text, and URL. You must feature detect them first. What? What are we missing? Share, and then passes in a shared data collection. Title, text, URL. Title, text, URL. There it is. Okay. Here we go. Undefined, undefined, undefined. That feels wonderful. It hooked up the click, clearly. Share button, get attribute. It's an attribute. I don't think it updated the script. I don't think it made it available. The hot reload for .NET Aspire can't come fast enough, let me tell you. Come on. There it is. Oh my gosh. All right. Here's what I'm going to do, just to be a bit of a jerk and to get this feature working. Let's move this up here. Well, it's going to get all of them. I did. Code with Sean. Hello.
Code with Cian just resubscribed for 49 months. Woot.
Woot indeed. How you doing there, friend? Hello, hello. And over here, since I've already got a little bit of style I'm already putting on it, cursor, pointer. So quite literally, if you don't have the share, I'm not giving it to you. I'm not even going to try. Like, 49 months, thank you so much for the support. Like, don't load an alternate library, just go. An AMA on C# and Azure? That'll be fun. That's fun. So I think we might be able to call this done in just a minute here. Right? Now it's showing it even though it doesn't have that capability. Like, I told you, if you can't share, display none. T.style is undefined. How can I tell if query selector is one or many? Well, I know it is just an element there, so like I could do it like that. Right there, now it's gone. If I go back over here, I do get it, and I get the cursor, and it works. It's not including the image in it. Query selector does return one. Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking it was the other one. But that's what I was looking for this feature. I would say that's done at this point. Like, let me get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I think we can ship this. Aspirify web components. Aspirify web root. Added share button on browsers that support it. And I had one here for, yeah, social media share buttons, 39. Fixes, 39. There we go. So it's just going to run a build here to make sure that it compiles. What did I do that works when the other way with it? I included it in my global JavaScript that's included on every page. And when every page starts up, it's going to check to see if there's a share button. And if there is one, wire it up. Actually, if share button, right? If you do have a share button, right? We should check that thing. And then we'll push. Right, no need to go execute all of the other stuff. That means I also need this to say else if share button. Right? But no idea why page script isn't loading. Right, so now I go back up to the front page. Yeah. If I go back to Edge, refresh that. That works. And if I do that, right, there's a copy link there. Yep. Add that. Added check for share button. I don't need to wait for that to compile. Right? See, it takes only a minute 15 to copy it. Sell the best. Hello, welcome. So I'm going to merge that, even though it's still building. Right? See, all my unit tests passed. Yay! And in about 7 minutes, that should be live on the production site. I'll have to flush the cache so that everybody gets fresh HTML that has the share button on it. But you should then, from your phone, from Chrome-based browsers, use the share button. Yeah, Firefox doesn't have, right? Does Firefox support share button? From 2014. Where is it? There's a support grid down here. There it is. Why is there a flag? User must explicitly enable this. Really? Yes, I know. DOM web share enabled right there. Look at that. Learn something new. So, building, all the tests ran successfully, and it's setting up the website now. Fantastic. I still want to know why page script doesn't work. Like, that's annoying. Your daughter's interested in learning tech stuff? Nice. Nice. That's great. There's nothing wrong if they aren't interested. I tried for a very, very long time to get my kids interested in technology, and they were not interested at all. One second here. So, that's interesting. Okay. So there it's finishing setting up. Making sure all the resources are doing the things. Yeah. No. My one daughter's interested in becoming a lawyer. The other daughter is well on her way to becoming an art teacher. So. Come on now. There it goes. Now it's deploying. So 4 minutes usually takes about 3 minutes. About 7 minutes. Another 3 minutes to complete. So. And then once this is running, I gotta go. I got stuff to get to. Yeah, when the demo knows you're running, it adds more delay. So here's the thing. If you're running StreamYard, there's a new save a local copy of the video feature that runs really, really hard on everybody's machine. We had a real hard time with that yesterday. Turn that John off. So, come on, counter service, let's go. Come on, almost done. Time for the Jeopardy music, right? It's updating the container app. This is the last one. Is it? Yeah, it is. Alright. Looks like it's available. We need to push the update to the pages. Thank you. And where am I going? Back to admin. Thank you. Right, this should be running. Yep, it's running the new version, right? Yep, 6 Delta 4 Baker. 6 Delta 4 Baker, yep. So let's go clear the cache. And share button. And it works. Awesome. Awesome. That's great. Log out. And it's still there. So now you can share articles from aspirify.net. I love it. That's great. What's next? I don't know. But that feels pretty good to have that done. It started showing email addresses of folks. I don't want to click that, but there you go. Let's call this here. And oh man, that was a lot. That page script feature should have worked with my website, but for some reason, it wasn't loading the component to actually start running. And it should, when you're doing server-side rendering, you need to be able to trigger and force the Blazor runtime to execute JavaScript, and it just wasn't working. No idea why. I'm going to contact the developer and see if I can get some more information about it, because it's something missing there. Yeah, there's a lot going into that. But we finished adding the share button. It's out there. So when you click through to an article, you click through to a video, there's a share button there so you can share and let other folks know that you found an article on Aspirify for them to check out. And it'll put together and send a link out to those folks. Right, so I'm just going to click through and do share using another app, go to Twitter, and it opens a Twitter page, and the title isn't there, but the link is. Not gonna lie, that's weird. But if I do it on, and the only reason I'm doing it here off screen is because it started showing email addresses of folks that I know. And share, and if I go to Twitter, oh, I'm not logged in over there. Fine. Gmail? Nope. That's interesting. Let's go to Chrome. Right, I'm thinking that something's missing there. Hey, Fuel Snable. Paste, go, click through. Yeah, it's not including the text that I sent over to it. I'll tune it and work on that. I'll tune it and we'll work on it. Generate a QR code. That's kind of neat. But thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. Let me see who else is streaming on the big Twitch TV network so I can get you connected. Let's go over to Lana Lux. Let's go see how she's doing. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you so much for joining us. There's great videos on my channel. Check them out down here or over here, or depending on what YouTube app you're using, they're going to be around here somewhere. If you're watching on Twitch, thank you so much for being here. We're getting ready to say hi to my friend Lana Lux, and I will see you next time. I think I'll stream tomorrow. I think we'll be streaming tomorrow. So, yeah. Have a fantastic rest of your day. I wish you good health and good coding. Take care.